Get ready. Get ready.
Hello. Let me click some buttons. Just make sure everything is ready. Timer's going. Music is muted. Chats are up. My other windows are up on my laptop so I can see my stream. Okay. Let's crack on then. Quick note, I managed to fix my auto hotkey script, which means now if my mouse goes over onto the left-hand monitor, it tracks it. And if we change back and forth too many times, too quickly, it goes into the triple monitor view. So it is working as intended, and then I think it's stuck in this view for like 30 seconds, or if I'm not changing, and then it'll go back to a single monitor. Anyway, let us continue. A leaky workpot. Allenville is concerned about the dangers in the road. The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road will be taken is favoured hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there'll be fewer travellers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What has Zuljar and the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank and the second river. Just been doing some basic leveling between episodes. Let's actually remember to set things up. I've got my what's it called? My scholar and thereby my summoner as well, to around about 93.5, so we should be getting some bonus experience. Not that we need it, we're already a level ahead. And I've also got my ninja up to level 81.5, mostly so that I can train my what are they called? Retainers. So I can get them starting to be leveled up. Okay, where did it say it was? 400 west, so in the direction we're heading, a long way away. Plan today is just to keep going along the main story quest. We'll be going for at least 6 hours, so that'll leave us, it's 2 PM at the minute, that'll be 8 PM at least is when we'll look at stopping. At most we'll stop by 9:30, mostly just because that's when the 8-bit drummer starts streaming and I want to be watching his stream. I felt artisans several times as we made our way here, though they soon seemed to lose their interest. Again and again I am struck by the majesty of the falls. It is difficult to comprehend the sheer volume of water this natural wonder produces. Oh, I see. This is the river which feeds the waterfalls above, Okahana. The banded layer is said to be somewhere near here, but I'd wager we'd avoid but I prefer we avoid seeking out trouble. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Irvinshire is just a little bit further ahead, and on the opposite bank of, good lord, that's a word, Mikabikizumi. Zoma. Good enough, it sounds reasonable. But let's remain vigilant all the same. Wait, is that a world fate? Look for party Big Dairy. If there is, it's likely I can't get to it. They're usually blocked by the ability to fly. I'm not entirely sure what fixed the auto-hotkey script. I did a couple of things. I imagine we're going to go that way anyway, but it's near enough. And we can't take it for granted, all things considered. We know that the main story quest isn't necessarily going to take us to all of these things anymore. Southeast, over there. Maybe on that, no, that'll be directly east. It must be over there. Okay, yeah, I'd be shocked if we didn't go around the back then. I'd have to swim across or run all the way around, which is going to take too long. Oh, there's a rank. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what was wrong with the auto-hotkey script, because I changed a bunch of things and then it eventually started to work. I upgraded it from 1.1 to version 2. That didn't help. I tried changing how it was referencing OBS and that didn't help. And then eventually when I tried changing how it was, or how I was defining the keys to press, it did work, but I had tried that previously and it hadn't worked. So I think it's a combination of all the things I did that has fixed it. But it's fixed, so that's all that matters. So this is Earthshire. Not another claimant in sight. Does that mean we're ahead or behind? Well, one of them was here last night. As the Hanu culture is distinct from the Vanu, Moblin society has developed quite differently from that of their goblin cousins. Goodness me, it's like an entire village made of pottery. This is it, the village where the Lay of Pot, or the Pots from the Tuliala saga took place. Irvinshire, Idleshire. Might be the similarity. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? The settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. The Shire appears custom, or this Shire appears custom built to resemble Pots, whereas the other is a repurposed town. Welcome to Irvinshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greetings, the third promise and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawnservent Selector, if you happen to know who that is. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Reader-Rock. Reader-Rock is the elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Reader-Rock would like you to do that, we have much more pressing worries. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliff and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats or mantle tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you might have been caught up in its path. Not to change subject, but what are Potsworn? Goldsmith contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide... Oops. Okay, that's something I'm going to have to be mindful of. I tend to move my mouse off the main screen when there's a cutscene so that you don't see it wandering around. But now that I have it tracking where the mouse is, if I do that, it goes to a blank screen. Okay, leave the mouse cursor on the screen. The Moblins provide these pot swarms with tools, materials, and living quarters. Everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Toral. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best the city can offer, I should have never have let Wachumiki. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our sign of the Potpact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Irvinshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It will give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village. And if that brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obliged to join in. Take a rest while you can. I could use a nap. No, of course I'll help. I was hoping you would say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Reed-Rock trust swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Rakrock. You other four follow Reader-Rock. There are other helpy hands in need of hand lendings. It's been a while since I've had to read Gobby Talk. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at the many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength, no more playing at being an invincible promise. And if there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how to practice what you're how practice you are at aiding those in need. Those are the words that are on the screen. And I mean to make the most of having such an invaluable mentor at my side. Now, let's find this Worqor fellow and see what we can do to help do for him. Read the words that are there, Nathan. Not the words you think they should be. But first thing first. Get rid of the Aetheryte. There doesn't appear to be a gemstone person here, so we just have this exclamation point over here that must needs be addressed. Okay. I think I found our Helphand. First we'll solve this problem for the moblins, and then we'll see about completing their feat. Worqor can't help his obligations without more Helphands. The Potpact is broken and the pots are emptying. You've come to aid Worqor. Worqor accepts your hand lendings with joyous field smiles. We can offer the Potsworn their promising good livings. We might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Let's just... Yep, that's still slightly worse than what we already have. And we already know what this looks like because it's still at a level where our crafters can technically view it. Okay. Worqor needs help learning about the Potsworn Kahi. What Worqor needs is for new Helphands to create good livings for Potsworn Kahi. The Helphand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Worqor took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Helphands do not bother the Potsworn with straight asks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guessthink. Please guessthink with Worqor. Find out what Kahi is lacking so that we can provide it. You can count on us. This is where Kahi works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. That must be Kahi. It'll be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way to do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave him be and try our hands at some guessthink. He's clearly too hot. Inspect the workshop. Yep, it's this mechanic again. They introduced it and now they have to use it everywhere. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. Those tools look pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones. He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could someone work in that stifling heat? Untouched food? He's barely touched his meal. That dish must be, or is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its saviour. Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Worqor. Come on, let's share what we observed with Worqor. Cool. God damn it, stop moving the mouse off the central monitor. I could enable or just keep enabling and disabling the auto switch. Oh, we missed that. So there is a hotkey for it. You've made your observations. What did you guess think? Oh, bollocks. First off, I noticed that Kihi hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But Worqor is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's taste. I can help with that. My brother Conan is also a Hetsura. And while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. It was brought to him like that. He probably wouldn't have been able to eat it until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found out it was cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Worqor never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. The Hetsor homeland is hot and dry, but even the Kihi seem to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there a way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the Shoals of No Return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for Golden City. So we salvage them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Nathan? Oh, and one more thing. From what I can tell, Kahi's file and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order. Worqor was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight for which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good livings is a helpy hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The Shoal of No Returns are past the crags, through the tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. Okay. Well, I can't see it for the fog. You're Nathan, aren't you? What brings you out here? The issue with the caring for the pot swarm. When they approached me with the same problem, I suggested they commissioned artisans in Charlian instead. The quality of the craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins didn't care for the idea. Surely it would have been more efficient to engage in a unified training collective. Cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of helpy hands, and are instead tasked with tending to the injured. We were on our way back from procuring some herbs for Uyanje, in fact. Settlements in Kozamaku too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wonders had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawnservent, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital, when I can imagine how much good we can achieve with Sharlayan technology. My apologies. I have much to consider. If you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Nathan. You too. Thancred. Oh, there it is. I entirely did not look in that direction. That's why I didn't see it. You spot a tunnel opening. Head through the passage to the Shore of No Returns and recover the drafty shard. Before that, survey says too far away in the opposite direction. There is a creature around here we do need to kill for our current set of bills. I don't suppose there's going to be one over here. There might be. Northeast, there is. Kind of. There's definitely one nearby. We should get it before we leave. There it is. Although that said it was... Oh no, it was southeast. I read it wrong. Let's grab that. Okay, I see. These first 4 here, maybe 4 or 5, I think it's first 4, are along the quest path, whereas the remaining 6 are scattered over the rest of the map. That's why there's this separation here. There's 4 you're supposed to find as you're going along, and then 3 you're supposed to, or 6 you're supposed to find yourself elsewhere. I don't think that's what we're looking for, but we'll grab it anyway. We're probably looking for a green one, that one over there. Or a teal one more specifically. This crystal shard is faintly warm to the touch. It does not appear to be the wind crystal you seek. Okay, yeah. That one's water. This one is green. Green teal. I think green, yeah, I think it is more green than teal, isn't it? It's ice that's more light blue teal. Definitely more light blue than teal. This crystal is emanating a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the crystal that Rakarok sent you to salvage. Let's continue around back here because we know there is one over on the opposite side of this. And we can teleport back. That is implying it might be on that island in the middle. Or it might be over here. Where are we looking? North. It is on the central island. We should have just swam to it because we're going to have to anyway. So yeah, this is what I mean by they've once again started putting them out of the way. I'm ambivalent about that decision. It was nice where they were all in a straight line, but it kind of made them pointless if you didn't have to go out and actually collect them. If they're always going to be along the quest path, then why force you to just make a few steps out of your way to click them? I mean, this is needless busy work anyway, but this is needless busy work with a specific purpose. Whereas otherwise it was just a short-term distraction. I imagine there's no more... yeah. Southeast. Hang on a second. Southeast? That is over there. There was one near the entrance we missed. B rank, non-hostile. Ah, bandit hideout. One would assume. Okay, it should be visible from here, which means it's either up here or around the back of here. There we are. Hidden. Okay, this one should be west. Northwest, 1000. Okay, good. I think that leaves us with just one more to find, wasn't it? Maybe two. I should have left that page open. Yeah, one more to find. Is that a cool breeze Rock feels? There you are. A brisk breeze emanating from this wind crystal can be used to fill sails or cool stuffy workshops. Yes, thank you for finding the drafty shard. Worqor will add this new set of tools he's brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetsao, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. And now I remember why I signed a Potpact. I am grateful for your kind consideration. Allow me a moment or two, and I will recuperate or reciprocate with a piece worthy of a pot swarm. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of the Volukshrunas. The craftsmanship satisfies Irvinshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift fit for the Dawnservent. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've waited until now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. Forgive my interruption. Lamati, I was told the Elector had deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. That's great news. Thanks for letting me know. So this is the craft of a pot swarm. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from the Kotamaki as natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wonder why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlian goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks the creative impetus. Turiola, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of the craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among the Hatsuro, more traditionally than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various peoples, was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hatsuro. I have few fond memories of nomadic life. Would that I could forget that time. I tried serving of the dish we prepared for Kahi. It was so good, I had a second helper. Now that my workplace is just the way I like it, I have inspiration oozing from every pore. Think that lantern was nice. Just you wait until my next masterpiece. Worqor is very grateful to you. Thank you both for your hard work and clever guess think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potsworn's really important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I have drummed into me several times already on this journal. Worqor will see to the Potsworn Kahi's lustrous oil lamp is delivered to the palace at once. Cont has details to share concerning the forthcoming feats of Pot. The Elector bids the claimants assemble at the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Uyanje. I also ran into the Leviosa twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. Much obliged. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure the feat is... it's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting. But even now, he is concierge. I kind of recognise the word conscientious to the fault. That's what it is, conscientious. Anyway, let's not keep Ready Rock waiting. I'm fairly sure that's not your bed. But you look so peaceful, so I'm not going to make any more of it. I thought everyone would be here by now. Ready Rock, thank you for assisting Helphand Worqor. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Irvinshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new Potsworns they will bring. Hail the mighty Juraljar. He clears many piles of rockfalls, as they were pebble stones. The resilient son for Dawnservent. Juraljar was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, well, we meet again. Wuk Jar Jar. Just in time for the feat to begin. I bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attention please. As Reedy Rock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalworks crafted by those artisans brings much jingle shine across the, from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Irvinshire will suffer. Toriolo's merchants will suffer. So Reederock set this as your feat. Each of you are to find one of the clever hand, or one clever hand goldsmith, to bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Ready Rock's request. She is happy to inform the Dawnservent of Zoral's Jar's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Reedy Rock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pack must be agreed willingly. No grabby snatch or deceitful ton flaps. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we should do. Yeah. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. That nasty brute is up to something. No shit, did you not hear what they just said? Aye, he may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river, but we can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wuk Lamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans among my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Toriolo to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Conan probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand, it's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking the Wachumeki. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Toriolo it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? Have you not used the Aphorites? No, I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burdens, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. We know. Wuk Lamat, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit it. In any case, we won't be fighting the Conts this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? Those puppy dog eyes. I'm positive, mostly. You're definitely not sure. But I don't think she can read you. But there is literally an aephorite right there. Well, she survived. Barely by the looks of it. What obstacle will Book Jar Jar throw at us? Or will he try something more direct? I don't think he's actually thinking about bothering us this time. By the looks of it, he was going after the other one. I think, God damn it, I should have known their names. Kona, I know. Zvuljar. We did mention the Potsworn in our care require a constant stream of encouragement to craft. The four of us must have chanted the same cheer dozens, if not hundreds of times. Armenvald was scolded more than once for not cheering loud enough. Wuk Lamat suffers such terrible bouts of seasickness. I wish I had a spell or potion that could ease the nausea. I procured many unusual items for clients, but meeting the personalized needs of the Potsworn is not an experience I care to repeat. I need a moment. Oh, I know who we're going to recruit. They wouldn't have reminded us of his existence right before the previous dungeon if he wasn't about to become extraordinarily relevant. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver. Yakuihapa is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropely can help us recruit a Potsworn. This didn't actually unlock the Wachumeki side quests, so I haven't even started my crafters and gravers yet. Surely at least one person will answer Wuk Lamat's call for Potsworn. Maybe Master Ropely can help us. Phew, the fresh harbour air is just what I needed. Armenvald brought us here on our first tour of the city, but time did not permit a closer look. I should like to observe these masters at work. So this is Wachumeki Wuk Lamat was talking about. I have yet to make it this far in my wanderings. Wachumeki is a gathering spot for skilled artisans of all kinds. If we were to find a Potsworn candidate, I can think of no better place to begin our search. Greetings, Third Promise, and what brings you back to Wachumeki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropely. Actually, I have a favour to ask. So, what do you think? Do you know any craftsmen who might be interested? Fletching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the Third Promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who I do know who I do know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Irvinshire. What of the Elsian man who just started working here? That Eorzean goldsmith, what about him? You mean Fortune Tane? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewellery store across the salt. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little further up the river. That said, he only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a Potpact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fortune Tane at his workbench at this hour. He is finished for the day, perhaps enjoying a meal over at Zilbrava's Tia. Then maybe we should go and talk to him, just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest of the cabins if you like. Right, let's go and see a man about a pot. Okay. And let's go save ourselves a few seconds by using the Aetherite. I'm still not sure about this. Oh, Nathan, you're here too. The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quieter spot outside? And last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a Potsworn. I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan is signed to contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But you're not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the right of succession. I need to bring a new Potsworn to the Irvinshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and you've pushed, and after pushing you to work at Wotchamaking, I'm now demanding you throw away and sign a Potpact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedure for immigration. I am pleased to say that I am now officially a subject of Turalia. I have since endeavoured to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you'll recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when the Garlean forces lay siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos, he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admire. I never wish to suffer such loss again. As much as I am indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Turalian that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a Potpact, then I shall gladly do so. Fortunatain, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Perhaps you remember me, FFXIV, owner of the restaurant with a nigh unpronounceable name that I keep changing how I pronounce it. I'd like a word, if you don't mind. You're Wuk Lamat's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown, too, if the gossip is to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. What is this? Ah! You have now gained access to the role quests. Speak to FFXIV at the Zabayutai and pursue new adventures as you progress through the Rite of Succession. So one assumes they must start at level 92 then. Well, it can wait for a bit. Let's go and catch up with the others. Ah, I used the sprint too soon. It disappears when you change class. And ninjas run slightly faster. It's much better to use sprint on them. I see you managed to find Fortunatain. It feels ungrateful to leave so soon after Master Ropley granted me employment, but surely he'll understand. I do this for the future of Turalia. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but I've poached your staff. Fortunatain has agreed to sign a Potpact, yes. While it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own hand-picked to serve the third promise is a great honour for Wachimeki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know any other talented artisans, regardless of their experience, I hope you'll send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Turalia. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachimeki. I expect you want to leave for Irvinshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fortunatain? Were you able to find him? We did, and he has agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave the city when he's ready, but you still have some time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fortunatain's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. You may now unlock delivery for Wachimeki. Speak to Ropley and pursue new endeavours as you progress through the Rite of Succession. I will be doing that in my own time, because there is a lot of it to go through. Multiple classes of it. Let me just turn these into useful things. That is to say, desynthesize them so I can use them as crafting materials. Albeit a small amount of crafting materials, but still. It's not nothing. Wuk Lamat is, or needs to pay a visit to the palace. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest. We still have a big journey ahead of us. It does indeed want us to go to the cabins. Ah! I forgot that there was one of these over here. We could have saved ourselves a few extra seconds. Never mind, too late. What's the Landsguard messenger doing here? At last. Welcome back, sir. You have a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting on your return. Nathan of the Third promises entourage. I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawnservent summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guards stationed outside of Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Wuk Lamat. Is he going to pick a fight with us? I get the feeling he is. We'll find out shortly after we arrive there. It may not be the only reason, though, that we are being summoned. If we're not to mention it with Wuk Lamat, then it's perfectly possible he wants to talk to us about her. But given that shininess, I'm fairly sure he wants a scrap. He wants to spar. The Dawnservent awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason of your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia.
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Landsguard, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
So long as neither of us get too carried away. I'm not interested in fight of you. Why did we find out now? We are fairly sure we were expected this to happen anyway at some point. And we're all for testing our skill against somebody who we know is not trying to kill us or do us harm.
A spirited answer. Why not indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales.
It would almost be more fitting for me to take him on as a ninja, since that is what all of the tales have me as. Alrighty then. One moment, please. Small amount of extra stats, you understand. Alright, let's go.
Give it your all! I want to fight to remember! Let's test the waters. Didn't even blink. I see you know the Viper style. Ha! Let's see how you handle this. The spearman did not lie. Very well. Resolve them with some kingdom. All right. Did you think you had my measure? Take this! Still holding up? We're far from finished! No more holding back! Stay alert! fight well indeed. Truly made of. That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Messed up a couple of times there, but he didn't punish me too hard for it.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Ha 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 ha! Confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamat's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamat? Whether he be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
She has a lot to learn, but her heart's in the right place. She is not ready to yield. She is young but has potential. It's as close to my actual opinion as we're going to get.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She's not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamati thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and been loved in turn. Guide Lamati as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
Perish the thought.
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Watch over her, champion. Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galloff's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other 2, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
If he had had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Druljar, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else from you? Just sparring partners. Well, if that's all it was. Wuk Lamat thinks it's time to gather her allies for the road ahead. I still haven't had one bite of Namaki's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going to go back and finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at Fjord's cabins. Come join us after you have a moment to recover, eh? The Aetheryte is down there. I don't think that tracks over if I, change class. Await your companions and continue with the rite of succession. Yes. The role quest we'll do later. And yeah, the crafting stuff I'll do in my own time. Apologies for my squeaky headphones. Or clicky headphones, more accurately. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I have few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took a rather lot of time, however. I appreciate you making this commitment, Fortune Dane. Shall we depart for Irvinshire, then? A word before you go. I thought you were wandering down and heading towards us. What are you doing from, Okanu? Wuk Eve, what are you doing here? Ah, I spend my days correcting manners, and I'm here pertaining to grave offences of delaying the Third Promise's departure. Did I read that right? That doesn't sound like I read right. I spent my days correcting manners, and here I am, pertaining the grave offence of delaying the Third Promise's departure. Please take up your axe and rend my flesh upon my unto taku meat. Must you demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. What was all that about? Oh yeah, you've not met him yet. I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's the final step in the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Turalia for thousands of years. Yet, when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glistening metropolis of golden towers. Others suggesting it's more unassuming and owes its name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The lesson to be learned from this, third promise, is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wuk Eve. What are we to make of these curious tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, then how did the Dawnservent find the city and return without incident? It seems the legends originated with the Yokhai. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time, but first let us see Fortune Tane safely to the Moblin's care. Which necessitates another boat ride, probably. One that has been expedited for us, given the zone change in the background. Meanwhile, in Kazamaku, Maki?
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakujaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawnservent may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
This is not going to go as well as he expects it to.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me!
Didn't even use the dull side of the blade, he just used the hilt. Or the pommel, more specifically.
But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint.
I can kill him whenever I please.
I wasn't expecting to be over quite that quickly, though.
Your part in this is far from over.
we're back, and we brought with us Willin Potsworn. This is Fortuntain, a talented goldsmith who once worked at was it Esteemed Aestheticians in Uldar. Wonderful, impressive. You are the first to return, Third Promise. And with an artisan from across the Salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Irvinshire. Helphands will show you to the Workpot. Then this is it then. I look forward to hearing your proclaimed Dawnservent. Thank you, Fortuntain. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. You have met the requirements for feat of pots. Redirock presents your keystone with joy smiles and well-wishing. That makes 3. More Potsworn candidates. Come, come, tell Redirock your tales. And what's Brook Jar Jar gonna do? Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. Oh ho ho. You are doing well. I expect nothing less from Juljar's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, Second Promise. We must have you apply that Sharlayan knowledge you so cherish, and arm Tural with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as the new Dawnservent's chief advisor, of course. The tools of war have no interest for me. I only wish to improve our nation through practical innovation. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Turiolo is known for his advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Sharlayan. That may well be true, but how long would it take Turiolo to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to educate and work hard work, it should not take very. Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Sharlayan whole. Conquer another nation through force of arms and you're looking at a future of uprising and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. And then we'll keep fighting until the mountain costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all grow tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Redirock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Turiala, there was no Potpacts for the Potsworn. It was a normal grab-snatch artisans and forced them to work for mobbies. until the day Gruul Jar Jar arrived. The families of the Grabsnatched pleaded with him, and so he came to Irvinshire. Mobbies are not war-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Gruul Jar Jar just wanted to talk. Be at ease. We are here to trade words, not blows. The gold work craft in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance at the quality of the materials used, and the mastery of the techniques employed. Yet does it not stir the heart? A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirits is devoid of luster. Compare that to how the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like a newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so begun the custom of good livings. Happy potsworn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Gruul Jar Jar's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine crafts and much jingle shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of the Potpacts. Yes, reason and clever think change Mobby's way of life. Humph. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. He needs an arse kicking. We should get going as well. Wuk Jar Jar never did come back, did he? Do you have a moment there, promise? Rakuruk would repay your helpy hands with Kihi. He brings tale of the Golden City. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold, everywhere you look, every splendour you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness, a city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rakuruk. Where did you hear that particular tale? From our long-time Yukhuk friends. They live up in the mountains in Uchipachi. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblins' way of life. It'd be sad to leave Irvinshire and your joy smiles behind. It unsettled me that Gruul Jar is even a claimant in the first place. Surely his father cannot condone his violent ambitions. The head of reason in Red-Iruk's story sounded so different from the head of Resolve. They share the same body, yet their personalities are wholly distinct. The stories describe the place of boundless happiness, but but are also rife with dire warnings and seekers who did not return. What are we to make of this? Potentially that those who find it either cannot or do not leave. These tales raise many questions. Let us hope the giants have some answers. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Ukupatu Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Irvinshire from the west, the road will lead up to the mountains. Let's find that first. But before that, we have a pair of side quests to do to earn us 2 of our 3 remaining quest thingies. But before that, even, I need to be right back. Eyes back. Okay. Let's feed in. And get to some side quests. And this one is a quest chain. Movamuq is searching for a straight face to Earthenshire. You are Nathan, are you not? He who has been strength lent into Wuk Lamat. Could Movamuq ask that you strength lend her in turn? The matter is this: Wuk Lamat's craft hand is to retire after long years. His lips that he intends to fancy craft one last masterpiece before he does so. But for this, he needs the help hand of a strange face to the village. Anfur is his name. He is always very murky word with his requests. So Movamuq is not sure what help hand is needed. But if you could exchange tongue flaps with him, she would be very, very happy feels. And we'll grab the other one while we're here. If it follows true to all of the other ones, this one will be a single quest rather than a quest chain. Looks like it. Vendavuk is a flighty fright. Danger Straits. Vendavuk's Twinkle Crafter has gone missing. Vendavuk's asked all around the village, but some say he went to pay a visit to Imperius, the giant prey place. But prey place is danger place, full of friend munching fiends. You are a fighter, are you not? Will you sword lend to Vendavuk and save her dear Twinkle Crafter from the certain doom? It is what we do. Yes, I am Anfur. Anfur. Do I know? Wait. Aren't you the friend of the third promise? The adventurer from across the water who was asking about the Potpacts? Ah, I see. Movamuq sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one, but it's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Movamuq. Ah, his the last thing he wants to make is a gift for her. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she is interested in. Her hobbies, if she likes, she dislikes, what she holds dear, and so forth. But for certain reasons that I'll share with you later, she cannot know this. We've been working together for decades, but now, as my Potpact is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her. But perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might. There's no guarantee that we're actually going to be sent out to this place as part of this quest. So let's go do this one first. And while we are out this way, I don't know, maybe west. No, we'll grab that last one when we head on over to finish the main quest. Wayward Artisan. You're looking for a Twinkle Crafter? That's me, most likely. I'm one of the Moblins' contracted artisans, specialising in jewellery making. Vodavan was concerned for my safety, you say? How kind of her to send me my own personal guard. I've ever been fascinated by the unique visual language of the Hyokyu. You see, I often visit this place to bask in its grand, imposing glory. Yet I've never once taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk within are far too dangerous to risk delving any further. But with you at my side, I can finally make a detailed study of the rest of the ruins. Such as what remains of them, of course. 500 years have come and gone since the giants returned to their ancestral lands, and they have not been kind to the creations they've left behind. yet some of the large structures still remain. This impressive gate, for one. They say the Yokhu tower yalms above even the tallest Zibia, but I wonder if their architecture might have played some part in exaggerating those tales. Its sheer sense of scale serving to inflate the giant's own. But enough speculation. Let us press on, or we have much to discover. There is a creature around here somewhere that we have a hunt log for, but I've not seen it appear. Pillars of stone overlooking the nave. Fascinating, isn't it? A simple combination of geometrical shapes naturally draws one's eyes to the centre while maintaining a delicate balance. As the sun travels the sky, so too will the shadow of the towers above, painting patterns on the ground below. Not just any patterns, oh no, calculations. Every stone cut and placed with mathematical precision, divining the movement of the stars and the changing of the seasons. A triumph both of form and function. True artistry. But wait, what's that over there by the cliff's edge? Quickly, with me! Trouble is what I was expecting to find over here. Trouble is indeed what we have found over here. Oh, we actually can't cancel that buff. Thank you, and forgive me for racing ahead like that. I was so absorbed in examining every elm of this place, I clean forgot the reason I've never done so before. But if anything is worth risking one's life for, it is surely this. Why, just look at this, this tower. It's a work of art. To the untrained eye, it might appear like little more than a pile of stones, but look how each brick is cut and positioned perfectly to align with its neighbours, and not a drop of mortar to hold them in place. The engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. They certainly inspire reverence in me. Yes, inspire reverence. That's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temple upon the cliff top, if not to make daily proof of their predominance over those who dwelled in the plains below, those who were beneath them in every way? One cannot help but admire them, that their creation should awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries they've been gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewelcraft has been cooling of late. But now I'm positively burning with inspiration. If the Yokhu's creations echo through the ages, then so can mine, to Irvinshire and its eternity. Back we go. I am almost out of tea, but it won't be another hour until we get some more. Big thanks for bringing the Twinklecrafter back to us. Not only is he safe and well, but full of mind fruit too. He says that he found it in the giant's prey place. This need for mind fruit is common among the Potsworn. Some try to find it in history, some in nature, some even in firewater. It is our side of the Potpact to keep them well supplied with it, a duty that is a constant source of brain pain. But the ideas that they come up with when they have it, such fresh thinking. Vedavux, can't wait to see what our friend Twinklecrafter Wranglecrafts next. What does Movamuq value most? Her Potsworn, of course. Any mobby who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasures he gave her heart side at all times. Also, one lip slipped to Tonotic. He hasn't a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but whatever it is sure proof of the friend bond between them. Movamuq and Aethroy. Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patrons' orders outright. It's not that she thinks him unequal to the task, you understand. Quite the opposite, in fact. She knows how exacting his standards are, and how disconcerted he would be if his work failed to meet them. So any time a patron attempts to have him lower his standards, or design something differently to how he judges best, Movamuq will always leap to his defence. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Aethroy's creations has not dulled in all the years that we've been working together. I should think she likes nothing more. In other words, she will like anything you make her, so long as you're the one who made it. Upplanter wants to know what brain tickles Movamuq. That's an easy yak. Movamuq never lip flaps about anything other than a pot swarm. Helphand. She says he is just as good as a tricky crafter as he is a crafty tricker. Or tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker. Always playing crafty tricks. One day, Afun's drawed little arrows around the village, showing pot swarms how to leave Irvinshire without helpy hands eye-catching them. Many laugh-minded pot friends followed the arrows and leave for secret hiding place in the woods. Mobbies are fright fields over disappearance pot swarms. Pot swarms come back all glittery teeth, but helpy hands are steamy ears. All except for Movamuq. She goes around the village saying guilt's words to every mobby for Alphon's sneak tricks. Deep hearts, though, it is clear that she is nothing but happy feels to have him back. Ah, you're back. So what did you find out? She really thinks that much of me. They say that mobby helphands love nothing more than helping their charges, and it seems it's true. Though it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. But that's not the only thing you've learned, and I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I needed, so I suppose it's about time I told you what I needed it for. The truth is... is Nathan still hard at helping hands? Or help handing? Yes, he is. So I thank you for not bothering us. You do remember that I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work was complete. Always such angry words. Movamuq means no bother. Just need to do daily mob duties, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I'm telling you that I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All of my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end day of Potpack, Movamuq will uphold her Potpark. It is her duty as Helphand. Why do you always have to be so... I'm sorry, Movamuq, but I'm going to have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with Nathan is finished. Then Movamuq will do as Alfrose asks, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand turn to other duties. If Alphonse needs her, he only has to hail call. I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve my aim. That aim being to make a farewell present for Movamuq. You should not be surprised, this was obvious. In all the years I've been working here, she has been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few from the number of pot swans, her service hasn't lapsed an alma. Now that my service is coming to an end, I wanted to do something for her to thank her for everything she's done for me. Yet despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered that I didn't really know anything about her at all. I tried to speak with her to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off, said that the only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking, perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the Potpact. Someone like you. And by all the gods, the plan's worked. I have an idea for a present now. All that remains is to craft it, but without Movamuq's help, that might be a little more difficult than usual. If you'll be willing to play help hand a little longer, I'll make it worth your while. I will be happy to help. It is what we do. Alphonse seems eager to learn more about Movamuq's secret treasure. So, regarding ideas for my present for Movamuq, that particular item of information that caught my ear was that nugget of Taranoctix. He said that she treasures the treasure that I once gave her, right? Then she would surely love something similar. Alas, I cannot remember ever actually having given her a gift. As such, it must have been very early in my career. Could you speak with Tanoctic again? I know he says he has no idea what this treasure was, but any little detail he might have glanced, its size or its shape, the occasion I gave it to her, might just be enough to jog my memory. Back over to the other side of the plaza we go. Alphonse is making a buy gift for Movamuq. Tanoctic wants to help hand however he can, but Movamuq is very tight-lipped, hardly ever lips self-fought. Tanoctic has already told Uplander everything he knows about her treasure. Why not ask Movamuq straight-face? Tanoctic can give Uplander perfect axe chance. Recent-wise, Movamuq asked Tanoctic to bring her some goodie crafts, or craft goods, for a sneaky secret craft task. She's doing the same thing. He managed to obtain the toolbox she ordered, but the second craft good eluded him. Tanoctic is shamefaced for his failure. He wants to make amends for hope smashing, so he sends a strong-armed adventurer who can succeed where he failed. Go, take toolbox to Movamuq and tell Tanoctic sends you to help hand with craft task. Lowlander help hand, not only craft hand, but help hand too. Nathan has finished help hand in Anfoy. A set of crafting tools ordered by Movamuq for some secretive purpose. This is from Tanoctic. He told me about my super secret craft task then. Hutsworn Movamuq. You didn't lip this to any mobby else. Many thanks, Nathan. If it will not be Hindermeldy to your help task for our funds, I would be happy feels to accept your offer. Movamuq is trying her hand at crafty making. She wants to crafty make a special buy gift. Yep. For Alfoys. Again, you shouldn't be surprised. This was obvious. Middle bit of present will be something very deep feels to Movamuq. A memory from many 10 years ago, when she and he had just thumbprinted on the Potpact. Movamuq found Alfoy a big glitterly spark ruby, the perfect middle bit for a piece of pricey dangle jingle. But Alfoy's squeezy pincers slipped and left a bad scratch in the jewel. He was so shamefaced about it, he tear-begged Movamuq to take it, and never let anybody else eye catch his poxy work. Movamuq has close kept it to her heart ever since. Let's not be obvious about it. You must value it very much. Did Tanotik tell you about this too? My most high-value treasure? Yes, it is the ruby. It is a symbol of our Potpact and of our journey together. And as that journey comes to a long stop, it will make for the perfect buy gift. Now how do we work this? With Alfoy. But Tanotik's Tonflap tells Movamuq needs a certain other craft good to make this buy gift. She will be hearty thank for Nathan's help, so long as he is sure to hush keep it from Alfoy. Alfoy. First things, needs to sure makes that Alfoy is full-handed with busy work. Can't risk him eye-catching what Movamuq and Nathan doing. Would Nathan safe check for her? We're a double agent. Or a triple agent. Or quadruple agent. I know, do double agents actually still work for the person that they were originally a normal agent for? Of course, I did give her that ruby, didn't I? It must have been the shock of ruining something so precious that made me forget all about it. Think about it. It was right about the size of that ratty old leather pouch she always carries around. And I never even thought to ask what was inside. She must think me the most incurious louter in all of Tural. Thank you, Nathan. You've opened my eyes and filled me to bursting with ideas for her present. Oh, and thanks again for agreeing to help Movamuq with her little project, with a little project of hers, whatever it might be. So long as it keeps it out of my hair until I've finished my work, I shan't ask any more. Good, that makes my life a lot easier. And for his busy hands with craft work, then let us be busy hands too. Movamuq knows where craft stuff can buy gift, or for buy gift can be found. So as soon as you are ready, let's grab task begin. Movamuq is ready to road smash. Ready, Nathan? Then let's gather task begin. Our aim place is the Many Fires on the river of to the east. Let us meet there, and Movamuq will mind share more. Where specifically? Oh, right over there. That saves us time. There is a fate nearby, but we already have our mount speed for this region. We do not need to worry about it. I probably am going to have to go back at some point through, well, both Endwalker and this patch to fill out the fate things, because I haven't done them all. Hail, Nathan. let us fast act in. The craft stuff Movamuq asked Tanoktik to collect was steel strong hide string. Movamuq ordered it special wise from Stuff Sender in Terraria. Little Luck's Stuff Sender's wheeler wagon was upheld by storm. Only way to get hide string now is to make it mob yourself. But for that, Movamuq will need good hide. Big look that Tegu, that live in the southeast of here, have very good hide indeed. Couldn't even Helphand Movamuq by outseeking one and skin stripping it. Can do. Killing things is our speciality. Where is that thing on this map? Oh, it is over there, in the area we haven't been to yet. Do we need one of these? We do only need one of these. Did Nathan slay the Tigu? Did Nathan get good hide? A selection of thick, strong hide cut from one of the winged lizards that haunt the lesser frequent byways of the Dewspun Bank. Oh yes, this is good hide, very good hide. Even Movamuq can make this good hide string from this. Movamuq is not master maker like Anfoy, but she has some small crafty skill herself. She will pour her airy self into it to show her thanks feels for all his years of crafty making. It is a very rare for craft hands to end their potpack due to long years, you know. Every year we bid bywords to a few craft hands, those who want to scene change, or who no longer need mobby help. Or who suffer from home sadness. Not foul voice, though. He withstruck us to the end. Hardly a lip slipping, a moan word. It has been Movamuq's long honour to be his help hand. But enough sloppy talk. Let's be back walk to Earthshire and see his buy gift crafted before Anfoy's mind catches. We are gone. Back we go. Hang on a second. No, we don't. That marker isn't over there. Where the hell's the marker gone? There we go. Ah, yes. If you load up the map by way of going to selected a destination link, it doesn't actually load the additional map markers you get when you are on that map. Not here. Nathan, trouble times. The crafty making will have to wait. And for he is nowhere to be eye-catched. He vanished from the village. Movamuq fears for the safety of her missing potsworn. In past times, Anfoy only ever sneaky slipped when he was heavy burdened with craft work and needed a snooze rest. Why would he sneaky skip now? Maybe he's making something in secret? Let's find out. Perhaps he just needed space to think. If Asfoy sneaky slipped to pastime hidey place, then Movamuq think he knows how to find him. Once Asfoy played crafty trick on every mobby. He carved little arrows around Irvenshine that showed the potsworn how to sneaky slip away to his secret hidey place, without helpy hands eye-catching them. If Anfoy has sneaky snipped to that same hidey place, you just have to eye-catch the arrows. Please, Nathan, search for the tiny-sized arrows around Irvenshire. Find Anfoy. I had a feeling that this was going to be a thing. The second they mentioned the arrows. I do not see an arrow-like marking. The base of the wall bears the stain of age, but none are in the shape of an arrow. You find what looks like some old graffiti. The symbols are too weathered to read, but as best you can make out, none of them were ever an arrow. Again, you have high resolution textures. You could put an arrow on these walls. You strain your eyes at the scratch on the walls and discover that there is in fact 3 scratches, clustered in a small yet distinct arrow shape. It appears to be directing you along the wall towards the northwest. Northwest. You find an arrow pointing out of the village towards the west. This must be the direction in which Anfoys left Irvinshire. Oh, it must be up here. Up here is where the last thing might be. Oh, hello. I didn't see you for the enemies that are trying to kill you. My apologies. Let me deal with them for you. Thank you so much. It would have been a cruel twist of fate to be murdered by monsters just a few days before my retirement. I took this path to avoid being spotted by the moblins, only to get spotted by something far, far worse. It's a roundabout route to the Cracked Cistern, a community of artisans, most of who used to work with the work in Irvinshire before they ended their contract. Seems like the perfect place to make Movamuq's present without her finding out. Come with me, and I'll thank you properly once we're safely behind its gates. Oh, that's all the way to the south. The thing we are after is directly north of here. Yeah, through that wall. We gotta go around. It is unlikely we will be this close to our destination again. Well, at least, not during the main story or these side stories. I'm not sure if I entirely appreciate them putting these ether currents this far out of the way. There's nothing here, we're supposed to think. It will be faster to us just to teleport back to Earthshire and then head south from there. In fact, the location that they've gone is where our hunt mark is, which is also useful. And it's where we suspect our hunt mark is. This way round. In absence of the ability to fly over. Oh, we have to go literally all the way around it. No, I think it's still faster to teleport. These are the things. we need to kill these things. I don't know if we need to kill one of them or two of them. Let's work on the assumption we need two. Ah, we need three of them, in fact. Okay, where are you? Ah, over here. Here we are, safe and sound, thanks to you. Before we start work, let me introduce you to a good friend of mine. Nathan, meet Rostand, the finest artisan in all of Tural. Don't listen to a word he says. If I ever had any real talent, it withered long ago. That's the reason you'll find me here rather than in Earthshire. Crafting's best left to the true master of the art, I say. That's why I'm letting Anfoy here use my workshop to make his gift for Movamuq. I don't know if it's a good idea anymore, though. I was hoping she'd never find out that I left the village, but now that she has, she's going to be furious. Movamuq's done so much for me over the years, but all I've ever given her is a headache. Will this gift be enough to make up for all of that? You'll find out when you give it to her. Did she say something about me when you were helping her? Well, even if she's angry with me, it wouldn't be the first time. All our years working together, that's been our way. She nags me, I fob her off with my work. Fitting that is, fitting that it should end in the same way. I'll be done with the present soon enough. Would you mind heading back to Irvinshire before me? Let Movamuq know that I'm safe and well and that I'll be home soon. It is a weight lift to hear that an Amphois is dangerous and health-wise. Movamuq is still puzzle-brained why he would walk far walk to Cracked Cistern, though. But no time for puzzle think. She needs to finish crafty making her buy gift. When Alfoy back walks to Irvinshire, we will have plenty time for gift giving and grumbly words. How many times must we trade lip flaps on this, Anfoy? You must not leave the pot wall alone. Wild place is danger place. I know, I'm sorry. I can see that I've made you angry, but this will be the last time. So can we keep the lecture short? Plenty well. Just fact share me. Why did you sneak walk away to Cracked Cistern? To make this. It's a present, a treasure box. I heard you took a liking to that ruby I once gave you. It didn't seem right to keep something you supposedly treasured in so much in a tatty old pouch, so... But she's about to give it back. This is for Movamuq. Anfoy hides his deep feels with grumble words, so Movamuq will reply with grumble words too. Movamuq knows that Anfoy, in his flop-mind preen dresser... let's try that again. Movamuq knows that Anfoy is a flop-mind preen dresser, so she made her treasure into a gaudy glitter dangle for him to hang from around his neck. Why are we surprised? We know this! She told us! You made your treasure into a necklace, and you're giving it to me? I can't accept this. If I did, you'd have nothing to put in the treasure box. All my work will be for naught. Alfoys must accept it. Movamuq made it special-wise, so that even after his Potpact ends and he leaves takes, Irvinshine, he'll remember our long times together. This is all your fault, you know. If you had only told me what you wanted, I wouldn't have had to guess. And if you had told me you were making me this necklace, I wouldn't have made you this. I wouldn't have made you the box. Movamuq's fault. Only an addled brain would ever think of ruining a surprise buy gift. You're saying I ruined it? If you ask me, we both ruined it. Bickering like this till the very end. We're both of us irredeemable addle brains. Though we do have a knack for handicrafts. This necklace of yours is a little rustic, perhaps, but anyone can see it was made with care. As for the box, take it. Perhaps your next pot swarm will earn you enough to make a better to buy a better treasure. Heh, more grumbly words. Movamuq has many smile-faced memories in exchanging them with Anfoy, and this is the most smileful of all. Only damp eyes is that it may be our last. Apologies for making you witness that sorry spectacle. Thank you, Nathan, for helping with Movamuq's gift, and with mine too, apparently. It wasn't quite the perfect farewell scene I had in mind, but it was perfect for us. Our Potpact is at an end, so we must go straightways. Anfoys to a new life, Movamuq to a new crafty hand. But so long as we help hands fast keep, the trust and respect we hold for our pot swans in our hearts, and hand pass those same friend fields to the next generation, the Potpact shall live on. Well, I suppose I should start packing. Though my Potpact may be at the end, my career as an independent artisan is just beginning. Expect more gifts where that treasure box came from. And bye-bye. Honestly, with the ability to just block links by default, why they're even bothering to attempt to put links in is beyond me. Sending someone who has 0 or 1 viewer, which may just be me, a link to buy viewers. Where do you think I'm going to get the money from to buy viewers? Well, I suppose I should start packing. Though my Potpact may be at an end, my career as an independent artisan is just beginning. We already read that. There's more. Now where to spend my hard-won freedom. I'm from Udar originally, so anywhere but the desert. I've seen enough sand to last a lifetime. Okay, yep, this is worth doing. Movamuq's ready to move on. Movamuq and Anthroid's Potpact is at an end. Now she must help hand others. Sad feels, her next craft hand has not been decided yet, so she must help hands in other ways. Firstwise, by caretaking ask tasks. Movamuq receives send words from many fires that there is an ask taker there who wishes for task ask of us. A fighty hand of the Landsguard by the name of Nashi. I knew they were going to come up again. Here's a friendly face of yours, Nathan. Then you must come with Movamuq to exchange greet words. I should have seen that coming. I technically did. I didn't necessarily see it coming here. I did make mention that I fully expected him to be... or to appear again somewhere. But to a point it does make sense that he would reappear here. Dealing with ASCII or ask taskers is a trickier task than Movamuq thought. Nathan, oh, I'm glad to see you. You've got to help me. The last time we met, the Landsguard sent me the length and breadth of Turiel, seeking out 100 different materials that go into making our uniforms. Finally, I thought I was done with it all. But then our armor got injured. The only man in Turalia with the skills to weave all these different materials together. I spoke with some of my senior officers, and they recalled that the uniforms had originally been ordered from the Earthshire artisan. They sent me out to find this man and ask if he'd restore them to their original designs. But nothing in this life can ever go to plan. Movamuq has ear-caught tale of armor crafter Sadfields. He is not an Earthshire's craft hand anymore. He lives in the cracked cistern. Very difficult deal maker. May need Nathan's help hand to deal make. Let us fast foot there. Movamuq will face swap with you. Will face swap you both with him. I wonder which piece of music from this area we are being given. Because I think I've heard at least 4 different distinct pieces of music from this area. In fact, more, because I'm not even considering the nighttime versions. I was just about to set off on my travels when Movamuq barreled back into town and demanded I helped her with one last task. Do you know what this is all about? I read about this place. It's a community of retired artisans. Oh, don't tell me the one I'm looking for has already laid down his tools. Anvoy tells Movamuq of the craft hand who think he built the Landsguard's uniforms is a man named Rostand. Rostand is an armor maker from across the wet plains. One with such craft skill that the Dawnservent gave him the Astas self-wise. But some years ago he had his crafty skills had started to off-drop, so he ended his Potpact and moved out here. If Mover asks Rostand, we'll say no, but maybe friendlier face Anfoy and wordly wise Nathan will mind change him. So that's your game bringing me here. Well, alright, can't hurt to try. Let us make sure Rin stays about. You remember Rostand? I borrowed his workshop to make Movamuq's farewell present. Anfoy has told me what you're after. I'm sorry to have to disappoint, but these old hands of mine don't work like they used to. A lifetime of work in metal takes its toll. I'm too tired and too frail to be journeying all the way to Turiola. I doubt I'd even make it there in one piece. It's a long journey and a hard one. We could ask the Landsguards to haul all the materials here instead, but that wouldn't make it any easier for them. They'd have to organise boats, and punities and porters, and it would likely take more than a single trip. Any ideas how we could ease the burden on both sides? Some way could meet in the middle? How about asking the Hanu for help? That could work. Okay, Hano's not far, and it has a boat landing. No need for Rostand to risk the rapids, nor for the Landguards to haul all the heavy crates to the top of the falls and beyond. If we can convince the Hanu to let us set up a workshop there, it could be the answer. But can we? The Hanu was supposed to be one of the Beast Tribe quests. Sorry, Beast Societies. Society Tribal quests? I forget the name of it. Society quests. They're obviously not going to unlock yet. They'll unlock in a later patch. But this makes me think that they're going to be the crafting ones. Your friend here seems confident enough. Well, if the Hanu and the Landsguard are both willing to make that concession, it'll be churlish of me to refuse it. I can't promise you my best work, but I'll give you what I can. I'll ready my tools. If you could let your friends by the gate know that they can start making their own preparations, I'd appreciate it. Rightio. We can't fly yet, but we can still teleport up and down. And there is a square that we haven't explored yet. So we may as well run off that. See if we can actually jump off the cliff. Movamuq will help hands however she can. If the armor crafter will say happy words. That sounds like a perfect compromise. I doubt my colleague in the Landsguard would balk at the arrangement. But I should probably check before making any promises I can't keep. Meanwhile, I expect Movamuq will need to set up the workshop. It looks like talking to Hanu is a job for you. About it is a job for you. Okay, we will do that in a second. We may as well complete the map though. Because we are so very, very close. This area here, we're heading out the wrong way. This area here is the only place that we haven't explored yet. I bet you're an A rank. You look like A-rank material. Yes. There we go, that's the whole map. Okay, now we can teleport down. You want to uncover the entire map just because it's a nice chunk of experience. That's 500,000. There and then. Just for walking a few steps. Hey Luna Hanu. To think that the master craftsman should seek to establish his workshop here in Okehano. Well, as surprised as we are gratified. I shall inform the villagers of our guests come in. Please make yourself comfortable until everyone's arrived. Everything is in place for Rostan to craft the new armour for the Landsguards. It falls to you, support his efforts till the end. As the crafting process may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Wait for everyone to arrive. Well, it looks like we're all here. Thank you for making the journey, Rostand. Not at all. After everything you've done to accommodate me, it's only right I return the favour. The Landsguard's uniform come in a few different flavours, so I was thinking I'd first make a sample of each, starting with yours, Nashi, the Peacekeeper's uniform. It's close to what I remember designing back in the day, but is it really the same? What do you think? Don't ask me, I don't know. I mean, glancing at what I can see on his uniform, I can't see the front, so I don't know if the detailing of this is right. That bit's fine. This bit's fine. I do remember this on the other side. It looks okay. Yep, you really think so? Well, if a fighter like you thinks it'll serve, I'll trust your judgment over mine. A suit of armor can be pretty as a picture, but as long as it does, but so long as it doesn't protect its wearer's life, it's little more than a painted funeral shroud. I remember Guru Jar Jar went at my samples hammer and tongs with spells and swords to see how well the mannequin survived. I mean, to be fair, it's missing the leg pieces. The first few models, all he left was ash. It hurt my heart to see my creation so thoroughly laid to waste, but I soon learned. Anyway, on to the next pattern. This is for the frontline fighters. The lighter construction allows for more movement. It's different, but is it right? Is any of this right? If you don't know, how am I supposed to? I don't know about you, but I can see myself fighting in it. I mean, it is leather. You can see that it has pauldrons, so it has some protective qualities. They're obviously not worrying about the greaves or the gloves. They're just focusing on the top bit. It's less fancy than the Peacekeepers, but it looks like it should protect. Don't know about you, but I can see myself fighting in it. It warms my heart to hear you say it. You're right. Each uniform embodies a different aspect of Kixi-Hi. So it's natural each should present a different face. Kixi-Hi isn't represented in one uniform alone, nor is not even in all of them combined. Only a fool would think he could capture every aspect of the divine. The best you can hope for is to find a way to imitate it through trial and error. And thanks to your support, I'm starting to feel as if I've done just that. To remember how it feels to happen upon these designs so many years ago. Let's see if I can repeat the trick one more time. There are a lot of belts, and this is the last of the lot. I gave my all, but was it enough? This looks like it's something for a caster. Both of those are technically positive options I want to set for myself. I think the Landsguards will need more than one of each set, or one set of each. We won't trouble him with that, he just wants the templates for the time being. But no, that looks practical and usable for a caster, assuming it's supposed to be for a caster. So I want a set for myself. You honour me, Nathan. These uniforms are for the Landsguards, but the crafting methods are no great secret. I'm sure they wouldn't begrudge you wearing one in solidarity. But first, now that I've won your approval for the designs, we have to put them into production. Anfoy, if you wouldn't mind lending me a hand. The last shipment is on its way downriver to Tuyolo. Finally, our work is done. And very, very well done. Armour Crafter is just as sky-skilled as he ever was. To Movamuq's eyes, leastwise. She is sure the Landsguards will be just as happy fields as she. So am I. It was a pleasure and a privilege to see you work, Rostand. There's a place for you in our armoury. If you'd be willing to take it. Thank you for giving me this chance. You made me feel like there might still be some use in these old bones. But if it's a job in the capital you're offering me, I'll have to turn you down. My river legs have long since deserted me. Why not simply continue this arrangement? You are welcome to remain here in Okehanu. It is easier to bring crafting materials here than haul them up the great stairs, no? Or perhaps Obekabi might be a more desirable location for a workshop. There you'll be among your own kind, not surrounded by the Hanu and our unfamiliar ways. Whichever you wish, we shall see it granted. I'd take him up on that offer if I were you, Rostand. You never did lose your eye or your arm, only your confidence in them. It's time you started taking on commissions again, even if you do have to travel a few miles downriver to do it. Movamuq's are the same-minded. If Rostand needed any crafty goods, whether upfall or downfalls, he only needs to ask the helpy hands. Well, if you all insist. Excellent. As soon as I get back to Tuyolo, I'll let our armourers know that they have a friend in Kozamaku. I'm sure they'll be only too glad to share the burden. As shall we. This shall mark the beginning of a new era of cooperation between the Moblins and Hanu. Movamuq future gazes too. Many thanks to Rostand for bringing us all together. Irvinshire and the Cracked Cistern were far parts for long times. Now, thanks to Rostand, crafty hands and helpy hands shall hold hands, not only across the Glossfire banks, but across all of Kozamaku. Thank you for convincing me to open my toolbox again. It was exactly what I needed. Now, what I need most is a good night's sleep. I was so busy helping Rostan with the uniforms, I didn't take the time to get a good look at the place until now. Isn't the architecture fascinating? I think I'll stick to Torin Turiel for the time being. I've a lot to learn here. But as I wander high and low, I'll be sure to come back and call on these two every so often. Can't wait to see the masterpieces Rohan's crafts next, nor how the new friendship between the Moblins and the Hanu Hanu develops. Speaking of Moblins, I should be heading back to Irvinshire to finish packing my things for the road. Thanks for everything, Nathan. I pray that our paths cross again someday. Which piece of music did it give us, though? A music roll for Pastel Pleasures. These all... yes, they are. Let us get ourselves a few additional craftable materials. And then sacrifice them. I need to make sure to start collecting... oh, we already are, but whenever I'm doing dungeon content, if it gives me one of the current dungeons, we need to make sure we're collecting the materials from it. Okay. We are almost at time for... our tea break. But let us, at the very least, get on to the next map, or more specifically, let's get to the Aether Current unlocked. The Highlands were where the Lay of Proof took place, that being Guru Jaja's encounter with the Yuk. But 'tis only the stage for the Lay of Ice, where the heroes fought the monstrous Valgamander. I think I actually got that right this time round. I'm most curious to know what the rite will demand of us there. One day we're sailing up rivers, the next we're hiking up a mountain. This road will take us through the mountains to Uchipachi's Highlands. An exhausting route, perhaps, but a straightforward one. We're to meet the Yuk at last. Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third promise. I am glad I have caught you. Riedevuk asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance. Also, I was told. It shouldn't take long. If you would please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. Something doesn't quite smell right. I'm eager to continue to the Highlands to meet the Yuk face to face. We've heard so much about them, but I'm not entirely sure what to expect. That man seemed familiar somehow, but I just can't place him. Knowing Wuk Lamat, she's probably eaten sweets behind our back and forgot to pay the shopkeeper or something equally careless. He had a rather interesting hair for a fuel, or should I say a Tonawata. In any case, strange I've never noticed him while we were in Earthshire. This has taken quite a while. Just keep on waiting for now, I suppose. This is taking too long. Perhaps there were complications. Let us wait a little longer. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on her way back to find us? But how? There's only one road. I wouldn't underestimate Warlock's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthshire. 'Twas Rook who had business with her, yes? Saving a few precious seconds at the expense of 100 gil. I pray naught untoward has befallen the third princess. Her father would kill me if there's something has. Something's not right. I can feel it. I thought Wuk Lamat was just being her usual impulsive self. But now I'm not so certain. She doesn't seem to be here. Back again? So soon? We've come looking for Wuk Lamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her? VoD Rook did not. Neither had she seen the third princess since you were last here. Then who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you had already left, or you had left already. Where's Lamiti? Is she not with you? You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry about that thou should worriest about thy sister is understandable. Yet rather than assign blame, thine energies is better spent on locating her. I will help you search. It is not how I wish for a fellow claim. This is not how I wish for a fellow claimant to lose the contest. My sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Nathan and I should work together at least. The better to facilitate communication between our groups. Then the rest of us will split up. Report in if you find anything. We'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. I have a guess. You remember earlier we found... Where was it? Was it in the back of this? I'm on the wrong window. Was it in the back of this area here? We found a little, a cave. No, it's further down here. I think it was this one. Where we found a hole that led to a location. I suspect it's going to take us down here. It may actually take us into here, but we'll find out in a second. Conan's actions to begin the search for Wuk Lamat. If Lamat was returning to Irvinshire from the west, then she would have to have passed through here, except rid of Rooks where she didn't see her. In which case, it's entirely possible that the map never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry stationed at the opposite entrance. It very well may be in the cave where the Aetheryte was then. If they're implying they never came this way. Cool. The third promise. Mobby has been standing at his post with diligent eye watchings. He has seen no claimant pass this way. What of Tonawata? What of a Tonawata with brightly coloured hair? Mobby knows something of this one. He heard tongue flaps about a Peru peddler in Manyflies who was attacked by a crazy-haired bandit on the road. A bandit, you say? Thank you, you've been most helpful. Maybe I am right. The first time around, they are in that cave. The first cave. My sister is clearly not here, though I wish it were otherwise. We must consider the possibility that the Tonawatan messenger and the brigand described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lamati is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to the Manyfires. I'd like a word with this peddler, should they still be around. Over we go. Here, Nathan, this is the merchant who ran afoul of the bandit. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was that scoundrel, Wakelzi, who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker. There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his perditions. Wakizi and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel, and no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs. They've become more creative. Little wonder he went after Lamati. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. Yeah, I don't think her father's going to... I think he might lose his head if her father finds out. If her father finds out, then we may lose our head as well. He's going to be very annoyed with us. I'd expect he'll soon make his demands. But I do not intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to lure Wakase out of hiding. And then when he comes sniffing about, we'll catch the rat by the tail. An excellent plan, and I have just the right garments for your disguise. At a special discounted price, of course. A bush with a bandit hasn't dampened your mercantile spirits, I see. Very well, I accept your generous deal. Now we lay the bait. I will precede you into many flies and make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way of how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone of some sort. If Wakishi is as coin hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We'll let him strike and then spring our trap. It is obvious I need a break. I am slowing down in my ability to read. I pray your scheme is successful. Time to play our part. Follow Conan's lead and try not to fall behind. Follow me. There's that Exbile fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. Once you've put on an appropriate display, we can continue to our next performance. A rare gemstone from that FFXIV merchant, you say? I envy the profit he must have made from such a sale. Since the stars were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle my goods at my usual haunts. A good start, but I would make certain that Wakishi is aware of me. Let's continue. That moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours, Nathan. The Hisura sold you a sparkle stone for your collection. Well, that does explain the giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingle sign he must have made. That should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home. Me coming back to you after every single instance kind of makes it look a lot more suspicious. This might be a mistake because I'm fairly sure the cheery Pello is going to ask to purchase it from me. Do you see that cheerful Pello? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone and then we will be done with this part of the charade. A passing peddler that had the very gemstone you sought for your collection. That's a stroke of luck. And I'd wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows? And maybe opportunity will find me, even as it's found you. Ah, my most valued customer. The profits from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Travelling with such a fat purse and no sellsword is a tempting fate, so I shall make Earthshine my last stop and then return forthwith to Tuliala. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. As you played your part in to perfection, Nathan, a man of many talents, just as Thancred and Uyarjay described. Now, let us lure the bandit out and spring our trap. Kona wishes to execute the final stages of his plan. Well, our plan was going to be to make tea or go have tea, but since we've been delayed a little bit in this location, we'll continue on. At least for another 15 minutes. I'm not going to leave it much after 5:30 to go and get our tea. Let us execute the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Irvinshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the active defenceless merchant. Assuming Wakshi is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow close behind, remain hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. Okay. Ninja skills would be way more useful here, but unfortunately stealth doesn't actually prevent people from not being able to see us. In cutscenes like this, at least. I hear business has been good for you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. You're the gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye, men, kill the Vidals. Oh, you've all stood next to each other. That makes things so much easier. Slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you'll be so kind, Nathan, leave him capable of speech. Well, I have 3 of these with your name on it. Done. And another one. Ah, Automod actually caught that this time. You would think that it would have been smarter to catch the previous 2, but no, apparently not. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose the 3 of you will have to do. Wait, the second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of fancy titles? I'll take your royal ears as trophies as soon as I get free of these ropes. I know your gang is behind my sister's abductions. Tell me where she is. Eat pack of shit, salt lover. You'll get no answer from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Don't play games with me. Where is Wuk Lamat? He's angry. I am fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We were hired to nab the third princess. That's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired? By whom? Brook Jar Jar. We weren't told that either. Only Wakels knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we need their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. Perhaps you could persuade or pursue Wakizi in the meantime. The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamati is being held. He's not even trying to hide. Follow Wuk Lamat from a distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed or fall too far behind. Should your quarry begin displaying the effects shown in the picture, you will be discovered when he turns around. To avoid being detected at these times, make sure to use cover such as rocks and trees. The objective will also end in failure if you are followed too closely. Keep your quarry in sight, but avoid stepping the detection circle. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Oh. I knew that man looked familiar. This job's more trouble than it's worth. I'm not going to be able to hide behind that rock. This was meant to be easy. What was that? That I'm about to turn around thing is basically permanently on. Don't worry, you're just being followed by a lavender chocobo. Damn nerves. I wonder if I can actually mount Rin. Fairly sure he is going exactly where I thought he was. Should be safe enough now. He said to meet him in front of the hideout. Where's that damn Hobiggy? Okay, so yeah, that indication is that he's not about to turn around, not that he is about to turn around. You did an excellent job, Rin, being sneaky. He didn't see you at all. In spite of your vibrant plumage. To be fair, her plumage kind of matches the lavender that's on the ground. Finally, my money. Give it to me now. The Landsguards may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility. You were hunting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look and I could tell that man was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Oh, spare me your fearful bleating. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Conan told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? You think the bandits were hired by the, this, Hobiggy? Hobogo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wakishi, and stay with the Mamuja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Follow the Hibigyu. From a safe distance, the operator will find failure if you are noticed or if you fall too far behind. Should you fail the exit, blah blah blah. Can we mount in? We can mount in. Sneaky feather friend. Just the wind. I'm hearing things. I better hurry if I don't want to bean. really have cover here. Not cover for chocobo size. One last precaution, just in case.
Better late than never. That Momorja. He's the one who kidnapped Wuk Lamat. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
Confound it!
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Good answer.
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja.
It would not surprise me.
Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived. Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her!
I thought you were the cool-headed one. Be patient, trust in Thalncred. Yeah, no, that's the more accurate one. We need him to calm down, but telling someone who is angry to calm down, generally speaking, doesn't help.
I do trust him, but... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back. I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be?
That's why you are so annoyed at your
These
brother.
days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. all alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawnservent found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parent. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes? Why release the Ponity if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
I may have put rescuing Lamat ahead of my own progress, but that doesn't. But do not take that to mean that I have given up on the contest. You understand how important she is to me. Yet, regardless of how close we were, I would have made the same, I would have made the same choice. After all, if I'm incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I'm not fit to inherit the father's heavy mantle. Okay, it is time I got myself some tea, not just a cup of tea, but actually something to eat as well, snacks and things. Well, toast and a packet of crisps. Anyway, I will be right back, probably about 10 minutes, maybe 15, depending on how long it takes me to munch my toast. Yeah, one moment please. Okay, we have a new cup of tea and we've had something to eat. Let's taunt to Kona. Kona wishes to gather your companions for the upcoming rescue mission. We need to gather our forces. Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on the present situation. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hobijo knows where Lamat has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their boat even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release the punity from its harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuit. Ironvale, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Will you accompany him, Nathan? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the punity was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earthshine's artisans are but a short walk away. Then let us divide the task and have at it. There was an unusual aggressive herd of wild punities downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. I was hoping to get this map done and most of the next map, if not to the next dungeon, done today. That is looking less and less likely, but I'm not complaining, I'm enjoying the story. I'm just worried about being able to finish the story in a good time. Assuming our punity came this way, she will be hiding in the depths of the Marsh Legay. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with a promise of food. Wild punities eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feeds I prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. Legiki is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave you to scatter the feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our punity's enticing feast. Yeah, I definitely think they need to tune the sway a little. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Rin sways a bit too much into shallow turns, in my opinion. Oh, I never read the description on it. This pungent punity feed. You scatter Erendale's punity feed along the water's edge. This pungent punity feed contains a mix of aquatic plants and vegetable scraps. Oh, the A rank is still here. I'm guessing there's not enough people who've finished the game and are running hunts yet. You scatter Arundale's punity feed along the water's edge. All set. I've just finished laying about the last of the spate. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Here she is. There's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I'd wager. Come on, come with me. You are a lot bigger up close. Yes, there's a good girl. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats and then lead her over to the boat. You can let Conan know we have our punity back. I do hope I'm calling him Konar and not Conan. He ain't no barbarian. Hot tea. Konar, job's done. Unveiled has the punity in hand, then. Good. I expect nothing less from the a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. The Levier twins are over in Earthshire now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. Konar is nervously awaiting the call from Thancred. Thancred must know something by now. You found her? Understood, thank you. I had but to invoke his name. Thancred followed the Hibbigo's boat to the destination and confirmed they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Rook Jar Jar and his minions. I swear I will make them regret this. Lemetz is in Richleaf Tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we'll strap into the punity and make our way down to Ihu Katumu. That was most definitely said wrong, but never mind.
Thancred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim their baubles by force.
Give it back! Forzenten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it!
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
Says the person who kidnapped.
Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Buddha was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit our hostage.
That one's not to be underestimated.
They can do nothing while we have.
Distractions!
Impeccable timing.
Amachi, are you all right?
She's apparently heavy.
Aye, thanks to you.
Winded him a little.
These weaklings think they can defy us. We'll slaughter the lot of them.
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
No! I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Do we give chase?
We head back. Amachi is safe. And that is what matters.
I am glad to see you unharmed, Lamity. Thanks again for coming to my rescue, Kona. And all of you, too. Wuk Jar Jar must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him and it cost me a keystone. Fortune upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause, and I've let him down. The contest isn't over yet. We'll get back what was stolen. We'll go with the contest isn't over yet. You're right. It's not over till it's over. Next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight in his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Wuk Jar Jar curse some useless Bonwa suffragant when he caught sight of us? A reference to Ziljar, I would assume. He is a devout to our brother, and is the only Bonwa I know of participating in the rite of succession. If Ziljar was somehow involved in this, I will never forget him for putting my sister in danger. He will have to forfeit his right to be called firstborn. I think is what that said. Called brother. Wuk Jar Jar should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the tenacity of abducting Lamati. I shall request that Father send a contingency of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travellers safe. But I wonder what pushed these people towards their life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. Just something to think about. For now, however, the rite continues. I thank you all for your help. We should be on the move as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Wuk Lamat? You bet I am. Ziljar's gaining a good head start. It's time we clawed back some lost ground. With Wuk Lamat, the Wuk Lamat I once knew would have been inconsolable at the loss of the keystone. This journey, and your companionship, is doing her the world of good. Kona is the picture of composed and rational, except when it comes to matters concerning Wuk Lamat's safety. Far be it from me to fault a brother for being protective, but still. Though they share a single body, it's obvious that Wuk Jar Jar has two minds when you see one head calm and the other head down. His personality is as distinct as the two individuals could be. We need to take that keystone back from Wuk Jar Jar before we arrive at the City of Gold. He will not relinquish it without a fight, though. I really am sorry this happened. For now, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. We fly! Wuk Lamat has a site on the Yukhu village. The road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to Yukhu. Then it's back to where the path through the mountain begins. You remember, the spot where you were tricked into walking off with Wakishi. Just gonna rub that in my face like that, eh? I wonder if he's raising my heckles on purpose, though. You know, to try and keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. We are only going to be able to fly for the shortest amount of time. But for that short distance, we will fly. And we're probably not going to get to fly again for a while. Jar Jar will not have been wasting time while we were busy tussling with Brook Jar Jar. We need to hurry. Arundel said this path will take us all the way to Uchipakchi Highlands, didn't he? Where is he? Those bandits must have been watching us from the moment we stepped off the riverboat. I knew I felt eyes on us. I couldn't leave without letting Reddy Rookie know what happened, so I stopped into Earthshire to say a few words before moving on. And now Arundel is nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. I worried Wuk Lamat would agonise over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onward and upward, then. Choose his own, there are 6 of them. Good lord, when the hunts start, they're going to take 2 hours to complete. Okay, reasonable distance off. Seems those buildings are ahead of the village we're heading for. The Yukyu have a deep connection to the legacy of the City of Gold. This visit would allow us to ask them about it directly. And we have to be quite high up by now. Which makes me wonder how much higher the summit of Worqor Zormor must be. I've never climbed so high before. I'll tell Erenville off once I catch my breath. As I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths. Drink plenty of water. A few more steps and we'll be in the Warlord's Echo. Where is the creature we'll appear to hunt? We still have one left. I knew the path led here, but I've never set foot in the village myself. Everything here is giant-sized, but that structure at the back is on a different scale altogether. Temple of some kind, mayhap? Chilly air, stout stone construct. If I squint a bit, I might think I was in Ishgard for a moment. Thank the gods they have an aetherite. I don't fancy the idea of trudging up the mountain trail a second time. Whew, I think I'm getting used to the air up here. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof, where Papa met the Yukyu. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So is it for most of Turalia? The giants rarely visit the lower lands. Here, in their mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledge to undertake in their pact to the Dawnservent. To watch over the Tural Vidal Vergamanda and maintain its prison within their temple. Yes. Wuk Lamat told us about the Tural Vidals, creatures that live far longer than normal and awoken to strange powers. Indeed, yet among those anomalies, Vergamanda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerged from its lair. As you learned in the Layer of Ice, it was the Guljajar who at last managed to imprison the beast, and it has laid dormant in the temple ever since. It is said the building still bears the same gaping hole in the ceiling from where Vergamanda was lured inside by Guljajar's final ploy. I'd like to see the strongest of all Tural Vidals. I wonder what it's like to fight it. Bula's Echo was where they brought the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flush out Buk Jar Jar first so I can beat my keystone out of him. Let's find that thieving cheat. He'll make himself known eventually. Identifying the Dawnservent is likely to be our priority. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Alright, let's check out the Elector. Then I suggest we pay a visit to Karyuzor the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me that High Luminarian Gulfalu is to be found there. If we are to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. I am of the sneaking suspicion that Vergamanda is an Elector. And the fight with Gru Jar Jar, I did it tuned, didn't I? Yeah. And the fight with Gru Jar Jar calmed his armente. And as such, since time has passed, he needs another good thrashing to calm himself down again. The Temple Guard has been watching us most intently. One does not stroll freely into Vergamanda's prison, it seems. While this is certainly an impressive building, it does not seem the sort of structure one would build to hold a Tural Vidal. We'll need the permission to enter the temple, but I didn't expect it would be a problem for the third princess. Is it taboo to request entry to the temple, do you think? Let's see if I can convince the guard to let us through. I am Wuk Lamat, 3rd Princess of Turalia, and I seek your Elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Grufulu? The High Luminary has granted admission to the claimants. You may enter. That was easier than I was expected. In we go then. Gods, is that? Aye, Vergamanda. Welcome. High Luminary Gooflu. He is not here. At present, I am Luminary Zulu. Zumlu. Zu. Z. Zru. 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 M. Wu. ZMW. This is Sunrune Valgamander. It is the Trollravald whose name has invoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people once conquered all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valgamander's tempestuous power. It's wrong. Never mind. When the Sun Ruin descended upon Uchupachi 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Gru Jar Jar and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. The titanic battle with Valgamander raged for 10 days and 10 nights. Their foe fought on tirelessly and relentlessly. Our heroes were pushed beyond their limits of their endurance. Thus did the head of reason concoct a desperate plan. Gru Jar Jar tricked the Sun Ruin into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Trollravald to encase itself in frozen ether. And it's been like this ever since. Nice work, Papa. But what happens if the ice ever melts? That same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining this prison grows weaker by each passing year. Valgamander commands powers of fire, lightning, and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was the result of these energies slipping free. That raging tempest from Valgamander? Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof, yes? The High Luminary, chosen elect of the Dawnservent, has left me with your instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scout out Forbidden Mountain. Scour our Forbidden Mountain to find the waiting Gufulu. That is to be your challenge. Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken to my brother, brothers, I take it? I have. Their expeditions are underway. Then we best pick up the pace. Aye, but we'll need a direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. As large as the Yuk are, seeking blindly for one in the expanse of these mountains will be an exercise in futility. We need more information. Trollravald sound an awful lot like Aspers. Aspers? No, it's... We've heard it said before. It's neither of those words, it's something close though. Aspers? No, Aspers. Auspices, that's the one. Auspices of the Far East. Are they the same thing under a different name, do you think? I sense the recent expulsion of a great deal of ether from Valgamander's prison. The ice will hold, but for a few years more, I fear. I've encountered many extraordinary creatures in Eorzea and elsewhere, but long has it been since I've felt such an overwhelming presence, like 1,000 daggers pointing, or like dagger points prickling my skin. Gods, Valdemander is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he can manage to hold his own against that thing. Should its prison never fall, or fail though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. Should we get food? The gold is worth more than the food, but it's not like we need the gold. We have 50 million in the bank. Let's get the food. It is time we refreshed our food. We do have an enormous amount of food still. Let's get another hour's worth down our bellies. And while we're at it, okay. If we want to pass this feat, it looks like we've got to do more got more climbing ahead of us. Arthano would share his strategy for information gathering. As we've just been informed, the feat of proof requires us to seek the High Luminary Gufulu somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yukyu from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask you to pay close attention while attempting to divine Gufulu's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, they may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory. Anyway, let's see what we can discover. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Southwest. Southwest of here is off map. I'm guessing we're going to have to go around then. Oh no, we haven't kept Rin fed. I'm running out of Geishel Greens. Is there a, there is one nearby. Let's stock up. The High Luminary? No, I've not seen him today. Now, let me ask you a question. That as Ixbral, who came out of the temple earlier, was that really the third promise? She seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed the mighty Gulu Jaja? If I can trouble you, merchant, for some Geishel Greens, I'll take 99 of your finest Geishel Greens. And while I'm at it, I'll take another 99. And while I'm at it still, I'll take 99 more dark matter. That should keep me going for a considerable amount of time. When you finish asking around, we can meet back where we started. You are not going to give me any extra information. I'll wait for you to finish hammering before I bother you. Asking about the High Luminary as well, are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He is a great man with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs were carved, for one. He afforded them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of our meetings may endure for untold turnings of the sun. If you're curious about our ways, then I bid you visit the then I bid you visit Poof to the northwest here. It is one of our grave sites. Duly noted. A Turiolan. No, you're not. You're from further away than that, I think. As for High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He is warder of the Sun Ruin, but also keeper of the sepulchres, and his duty often takes him outside the village. Did I say that right? I don't think it was sarcophagus or anything along those lines. But either way, it looks like visiting the graveyard is probably the first port of call. First things first, was anybody able to coach forth a definite location for the High Luminary? So no then. As expected. What then are the clues or other hints might point us in the right direction? I heard that in addition to his usual duties, Gufulu is also charged with keeping the graves. As did I. The Yukyu sepulchres appear to hold special significance in their culture. Would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter their burial grounds? Poof, you said, and he encouraged you to visit the place yourself. Then let us go take a look. Even if we don't find Gufulu there, it will give us the chance to learn more of the Yukyu. The gravesite is somewhere northwest of here. Well, we can leave from that. We can leave from that side of the village for a start, shall we? We still need to find 5 Aphicurrents. We're expecting 2 of them to be along the quest path, and then 2 more to be elsewhere. You're sending us that way, but that is actually down, so that's fine. The others have gone ahead to the Poof. Follow the trail west. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for cracky terrain. I thought to get my bearings from up here first so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up with our Unveiled? He should be able to point you in the right direction. He's a fair bit further ahead. Okay, we're going this way. I get the feeling northwest. It's over there, but there is a... Oh. A little bit of a volcano over here. There's our last hunt target. Might be going over there. Should almost be in visual range. We need 1 or 2? We only need 1. Okay. On fire we continue. Somewhere over there. It should 100% be visible by now. Oops. That is also the wrong button. southwest. Okay, so it's slightly down the cliff face. I'm betting around here somewhere. No? Southeast. Oh, was it actually up there? Oh, bollocks, we dropped down and it was up there. I can't remember if I ever actually won any of the duels. I know I came close once, but I never made many attempts at them. Okay, and directly west from here to get back to where we're supposed to be. Assuming there isn't another one somewhere nearby. There is, but... no, the proof is over there. We are slightly... It's probably slightly quicker to go to here first and then head back down to where Arenvald is waiting. This one is probably somewhere around this thing. You are an A rank. I thought you looked kind of special. Northeast. I am correct. It is around the back of here, up on the top of here. One of the two. Okay. One more hidden one. And then two more somewhere near the official path. Yeah, this is a reasonable distance away. Oh, we've missed a location. Actually fill in the map while we're going, because I'd very much prefer not to need to do any additional leveling. How almost dead are you? Almost dead. Take a look at this crater. There's no wood, no trees, not even dried grass. And yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Valgamonder's rampage, as told by the saga. The Skyruin's fires are described as eternal flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. And here I thought it's a literary embellishment. But now I've lost sight of Wuk Lamat. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading the right way. There's actually a decent amount of this map still left. Northwest. Should be, yeah, directly ahead of us. Only slightly hidden. So this will be one of the ones along the quest path, which means there's one more along the quest path and one more hidden one. Assuming I am correct in how they have laid them out this time round. You've come. Wuk Lamat wins again. Looks like everyone is here now. So, greetings, friend. Are you Gufulu? I am not. The High Priest Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepultures to those who came in search of him. Oh, so we were meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried here? No one is buried here, in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames and then scatter the ashes across the peaks. Moreover, we do not conceive death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is why we build ourselves sepulchres, before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into the living chronicles for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended the journey some years ago, but he lives with me even now. Up there stands my own sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs in the same manner my friend does. Has it always been thus for your people? This conception of existence and death? Continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, and you may find the answer to your questions. And that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more. I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so I will remain in your hearts also. That's an interesting choice of dress. He looks very normal for a human, not so much for a fantasy character. We're heading. The next one is a long way west. But I feel like there's probably another one more southward. The Indelible Passage. Not only to be remembered, but to live on inside the hearts of others. If it is possible, then Grandfather surely lives on inside mine. 'Tis a comforting thought. Look at these splendid murals. They appear to depict 4 different scenes. I get the feeling they were expecting us. I've never spoken with a UQ before. I had no idea they held such philosophy on life and death. Hello. A fellow we met at the proof suggested we come here. Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chronicler of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass the teachings of the murals from generation to generation. They really are magnificent, and together they tell the tale of your people's history. They are the events which shaped us. I would share them with you. You continue on your way. Please, we would love to hear all about it. Then I will begin. This first mural depicts the time more than 1100 years ago, an age of great prosperity for the Yuk. Blessed with the size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yuk under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Exuatral. Unable to cross the straits by ship, our forebears set to build a bridge to the northern lands, a great labour which consumed the greater part of a century. Zormor the Boundless. We still make use of that bridge in Turiolo for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete the work of that scale. But I've never heard of any Yuk-Hu living in Zaktural. What happened to the ones who went north? Look upon this next mural and behold the answer. This scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion? A foe unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Zaktural those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease. Some terrible illness? No, not viral plague or new arson blight. For the local Tanawatu and the Shaton, it was but a mild affliction, of the sort that came with the turning of the season. What manifested for them as a slight fever and cough, however, proved deadly to our people. Out of every 10 Yuk-Hu who journeyed that northern campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring. I've heard of this before. Lacking an inherent resistance, visitors to the distant lands can fall deathly ill to disease of locals might shrug off. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation, rather than burial of their mortal remains. This final mural depicts the return of our grieving brethren to Uchapachi. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times. When our forebears learned they shared the continent with people unlike to us in appearance or custom, they feared invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fates, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet, as they fought on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster of Zaktural and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was here in the place which birthed us, here in the stones upon which we record our days, here in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict. When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to who's right or to what's right before your eyes. And so we returned to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening. I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Turali, how you've lived until now, and how you've wished to live from now on. Then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of Worqor Zormor. I had a feeling we'll end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name. Follow the trail south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway, the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts of mundane and otherwise. Both mundane and otherwise. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for your warning and the lesson. That'll be the next dungeon. Finally, we know where we're going. To the top of Worqor Zormor. We were heading back in the opposite direction. But we are certain... We are apparently going to come this way sooner or later, because there's a cutscene here. Ridge Trap. Where are you? Over there, probably? West, still. There it is. So this one may have actually been along the quest path. We do have one more, we do have to go south. Yeah, this one was if my guess was correct, this one was along the quest path locations. So if I had to guess, that's where we're going to go fight. That's either the entrance to the next zone, or that's where we're going to fight Valgamanda. I'm going to guess the first one is probably accurate. I more feel like Valgamanda is going to be fought above the temple. Seems more like what they would do. One moment, please. I need the bathroom again. We are back, but we're about to hit 7 o'clock, and that means I need to, before I forget, promote my next YouTube video, which will be out in a few seconds. That one, I believe. So one moment while I just get a tweet ready. And post. Okay. We minimize this page. Don't need it clogging up resources. Right. Where is this last one? Southeast. So it is in the Sorrow. It is in the direction that we're heading. Just pinging this part of the map. There we go. Ah, we need these as well. They're on our kill list. If I'd known we'd be climbing Worqor Zormor, I'd have not have raced up and down all these trails. My feet are killing me. This thin air, it's going to be the death of me. What? How long have you been standing there? I was just taking in the scenery is all. Come on, we don't want to fall too far behind Alpha now and the others. Seriously, Alize, don't push yourself. We don't want you to kill yourself trying to impress us. Do we need the other one? We do. Didn't we just get an improvement? Yes, we have an improved second wind now, and now heals to 800 potency. I get the feeling that normal stuff is going to hit us much harder than we're potentially used to. This looks like the site of a dungeon to me. Although, if this looks like the site of a dungeon, how in the blazes do we get to there? Southeast of here. We expect this one to be off-grid. There's the entrance. Oh. There's no way the existence of these aren't going to be explained to us. Although whether or not we will need to come this way is another matter entirely. There we go. That's all of the ether currents. So I'll be surprised if probably the side quest for the other two ether currents, the other two ether current quests are probably going to send us this way. Is what I suspect will be the case. There is one more area in the map we've not seen yet, but it looks like an area that requires flight or swimming. So we'll wait until we have flight until we finish uncovering the map. Right, let's unlock our next dungeon, one assumes. I hope we come across Brook Jar Jar on our way to the summit. We still owe him for the trouble he causes in Kazimaku. The true size of the mountain is never more apparent than when you're standing right at its foot. I cast a rejuvenating spell on Wuk Lamat. Even our indomitable third promise is still feeling the strain of these slopes. I fear I would be of much less, I fear I won't be of much use to you as a guide past this point. Even in Toriolo, there is precious little written about the sacred peaks of Wukyu Zormor, beyond whimsical poetry, that is. I remember how the chronicler said that, or was saying, that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their ideal of peace. It occurs to me that if Juljai is attempting the feat of proof, then he will have heard the same lesson. I can only hope that he might reconsider his own stance on educating people through war. But Lamak gazed up at the summit of Wukyu Zormor.
Gods, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
It's okay, the echo translates for me.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit. You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliyola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul Jaja like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tura's overlords.
The Giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000
years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people. And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
Then die on your knees. Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here. Your neck will be the first I snap this day.
That's right.
Why do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Worqor Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Worqor Lar is waiting.
Who's going to act as our healer? I assume Kryle must. Technically Pictomancer isn't a healer though, she doesn't even have heal spells. I mean, Alice could heal? She's never going to, but she could. Dungeon unlocked. There we go. Worst comes to the worst, we do have a healer that is of an appropriate level that will allow us to go. But I imagine... Alizé is going to act as the healer. My god. While I didn't mind guarding Arenveld in the river, I'll look forward to swinging a blade in the front lines this time, but you're acting as a healer. That bird must roost somewhere on the mountain. We'll need to be wary of the skies as well. As I've said before, I'm no fighter. I'll follow from a distance and keep well out of your way. We'll be seeing you soon. Words. To the dungeon! Actually, no, not yet. Squadron Battle Manual. Re-up our food. Repair anything about to break. Everything looks like it's probably fine. Gonna need repairs afterwards, though. Everything looks very thundery charged. Or elementally charged in general. Alright. No sense in waiting. We've been climbing for ages. And we're barely halfway. The real climb starts from here. I am forgetting my positionals. Theoretically, gear from this dungeon should start being slightly better than the gear we actually have. I'm used to so many of the other ones requiring you to swap back and forth. My god, she actually went ahead and pulled the next group.
I'll show you.
The only problem is the next group is a little bit too spaced apart now for me to be able to do anything with all of them. Well, aren't you a cute pictomancer kind of thing? Don't jump at it just yet. Now must be a snowsmith, more than I've ever seen one. Look at all these crystals, evidence of how dense the ambient ether must be. What is that? Must be a snowsmith. Ruffle up. Box on the way in. Oh god. That's mostly right. I'm not sure which one I missed. What level items are this? They're 660, so they're as good as the stuff that we will already have.
Now I'll show you.
I'm surprised we haven't bumped into that bird again yet.
Handle the healing.
Zul Jar Jar. You've caught up. It seems I've been toying with too much with my prey. That was unintentional. Or unintended. You'll have to find another path. Think of it as an added test of your resourcefulness. Oh, there were some extra messages there. It goes, Zul Jar Jar, you've caught up. Seems I've been toying too much with my prey. And then Wuk Lamat goes, Zul Jar. And then, bah, that was unintentional after he overdid it. And I say, gods. You'll have to find another path. Think of it as an added test of your resourcefulness. Well, that was inconvenient. I don't think I've missed a treasure coffer. There's usually one very shortly after the previous, or the first boss, but... Oh, there you go. There's literally two immediately in a row. That's why. That's why it seems like there hasn't been enough. Yep.
I'll handle the healing.
Interesting. Did we have 100 gauge, and did we consume that first? I wonder if Alizé is still going to immediately limit break, even though she's technically being the healer this time round.
Hold still. Take that. You underestimate me.
Well, that's our way up. Are we going to overtake him? There's the birdie. That's the bird that attacked the giants. Yes, and it doesn't look too pleased to see us. I shouldn't imagine so. You threw a fireball and a glob of paint at it. I imagine it wants a bit of revenge. I wasted a charge. Slime rock shatters to pieces. Okay, I understand. Stand in it. For any green stuff. And do not stand in it for any earth stuff. You are slowly being covered in crystal. Alizé didn't immediately limit break. Guess that's my fault. If I had paid attention, I should have just gone. We did it! Huh, that's barely a challenge. What did I miss in the chat? I get too focused on actually doing my combo or my class correctly that I tend not to see the messages. Did you see that? The spell came from the crystals. The shards are resonating with its magic. What kind of bird can do that? It's getting hard to move. We're being crystallized. Is this how it hunts? We did it! That was barely a challenge.
Hold still. Take that.
Not a chest hidden here? Nope. Damn it, I overcapped on my adder sting again. There's another treasure chest. We are very, very high up.
I'll handle the healing.
I just realised something. I don't know when it was. It must have been somewhere around the time I said it, but Wuk Lamat said, "Great sunken gods, we're so high up." And as I responded, "Better watch your step then." That must have been around the time I said exactly the same thing. "You're too far behind, I can't see you talking. Your bubbles disappear." Go on. I'll be with you in a moment. I really should have a look to see whether or not AoE combo for this class are better off against 3 monsters than 2, like pretty much every other DPS. Specifically these abilities here, Pit of Dread, whether they work out better against 2 monsters or whether you do really want 3 monsters or more to maximize potency. None of it matters once we start doing this with normal people. The DPS of Truss is scaled to take a particular amount of time, so it doesn't really make any difference whether or not you rush it. You're always going to end in about, I think, 30 minutes is the scaling. Oh, are we fighting you? Looks like we're the first up. Dawn Elector, Gufulu.
I am Gufulu, Elector of the Dawnservent. Prepare to be tested.
Yep, looks like we're the first one up. So that's the High Luminary. He's huge. If it's a fight he wants, let's give it to him.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
What are you doing?
Chronicles of it. Return the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of
Fire.
Recount the fury of erupting beaks. I will take the measure of your resolve. strength of the mountain be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars!
Let's make the most of this. We don't have it for long.
That you should endure my fury. Protocols of aid, regard
win.
the cruelty of merciless storms.
Too slow. That's what I thought was going to happen. That's fine.
Try this!
Fire and water. What are you going to do now that the other two claimants, or when the other two claimants get up here? I think we did well considering our opponent. What else did we miss? There was a lot of chatter there. Prove you're worthy to rule. I feel the weight of our carving stone. Some kind of arcane tablet. Careful, this is powerful magic. Chronicles of El, he voiced all his lines. We'll face whatever he throws at us. His strength is formidable, but so is ours. Stand fast. Is everyone alright? Well enough. Let's get back to it. Time to go on the offensive. Yeah, the rest of it is all his voice lines. That was some fight. Papa knows how to pick his electors. Carved history recreated through magic. I kind of missed that. 'Twas a pleasure. Give me the loot that I will not use. See what happens after.
Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen elector of the Dawnservent.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition. The one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Okay, so that's how he does it.
Here and now, I think he means.
Oh, Yonji looks like he's had a hard time.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Worqor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokwi. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every High Luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Why would you say that?
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Were you not paying attention to the history lesson? They make their graves during their lives so that people will remember them upon their deaths, and thereby they live eternal.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenram? The Laminsan explorer? Does this mean he joined Gulul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokwi. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
You bring people together. What else defines your father aside from strength and knowledge?
What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
That'll be Vala Commander.
What the hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmander has broken free.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmander is free.
We need to get back there. Now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
You forget. One of the feats involves Valigarmander. We've collected everything we need to from here, so we can just teleport back. We have all the Aetherites. I would be shocked if this trial doesn't let us do this with a trust, given that we have more than enough people here to play the parts. Good, you're back. There is much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate a sudden surge of ether, they were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray, catch your breath and then lend a hand where you can. You may now enter, blah blah blah. Alphana would enlist your aid in checking on the injured Yuku. If you are ready, then there are many injured here who need aid. You should find, or should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending whoever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to all the people that are hurt. I wonder if I accepted this as a healer, if his response would have been different, because we wouldn't have needed his help. You, the third promise's protector. Everything was bathed in a red light. The searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat, it is all the moisture it is all as if the moisture in my body has left me. Words. They were close, but those were not the words that were there. It is as if all the moisture in my body has left me, is probably what it's actually said. Groan. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony, yet I live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Are we about ready for another cup of tea? We are. We have reached the minimum stop point, but we're going to keep going, see if we can't get this map done. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then. That is well. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I healed the giants, attacked by the... Excuse me. Once I hear the giant attacked by the mountain bird, the group's leader, Worqor Lar, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was when then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to find Warlord's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valagalmanda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the temple guard and see what became of the Sun Rune's prison. Okay, one moment please. I'm going to get myself a cup of tea. I'll be right back. I didn't take my headphones off while I was making my cup of tea, so as a result, this was the most tense cup of tea I have ever brewed in my life. let's continue. We have a trial coming up very, very quickly. We need to find out exactly what's going on. I would be glad to learn that this was all some misunderstanding. A futile hope, by the looks of it. Did they say the prison was beginning to fail? Oh, they did say the prison was beginning to fail. But I felt certain it would hold for another few years, at least. Was I mistaken? Almost certainly not. I'm almost certain this is deliberate. Valagumanda is actually conscious and was always conscious, and agreed to stage all of this. The High Luminary will have returned by now. Hopefully he's found out more than we have. Whatever answers exist await us inside the temple. The High Luminary grants you entry, and awaits you within.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Zormor, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
I am miles off. I entirely didn't think that this was going to be a thing.
Who enters this hollowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh. And here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
He doesn't care.
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
As if you had to ask. Excellent, there's the answer, right there. This is the kind of challenge I live for. No, as if you had to last.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
You've already proved that's not true.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Belu of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Should a claimant reckless enough to free the Skyruin become Dawnservent, it would be what would become of Turialo? That fiend Buk Jar Jar, he's rotten through and through. There is nothing blessed about him. 2 casters releasing spells of fire at the exact same moment, a feat impossible for any but a 2-headed Movamuq. When I said I would take on the duties of guide, that did not include the tracking of ancient and terrible Tural Varels. Still, we can't leave Valagamander free to ravage the land. So, Arenvale, any idea how we can track Valagamander? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain the Skyruin's whereabouts far more quickly. Though a Tural Varel of extraordinary nature, Valagamander is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. A floating hand! Now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy, it's an ether seeker. As its name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the ether of living beings. You had that in your pack this whole time? I can calibrate it to follow specific ethereal aspects. The problem with Valagamander, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, light, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awake Valagamander from its icy imprisonment, Buk Jar Jar cast spells which quickened its fire aspected ether. And the residents here were unfortunately afflicted with uniformly afflicted with burns. Therefore, logical conclusion is that upon being freed, Valagamander unleashed a great fiery blast. Then the choice is plain: fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults, as we were not able to input our quarry's unique ethereal signature in advance. The device will respond to any living source of fire aspected ether. So we have a reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus a potentially swift but easily misled gleaner tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me, then, Nathan, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiends. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Skyruin sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yukhu. Very few are seriously injured, but I'm wary of wounds inflicted by creatures like Valagamander. I should like to be close at hand should their conditions suddenly worsen. Right, sounds like we all have work to do. We shall be on our way as well. Ether Seeker. Please specify desired ethereal aspect. Onward is ready to send his ether-seeking device in pursuit of Valagamander. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, and then set the Seeker to detect the fire aspect ether. We need to resummon Vin. Right, the Seeker is ready to go. Warlord's Echoes is still suffused with the Skyruin's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Once you choose to depart with Erenville will accompany you. The Ether Seeker will then begin leading you onwards. Follow the Ether Seeker to its session, blah 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 blah. Let us go. Affirmative, tracking near source of fire aspect ether. Well, I can see what we're about to do. Beep, source of fire aspect ether located, tracking disengaged. Not quite the legendary creature we're after. Would you mind dealing with that fire spirit? It will continue to confuse the Seeker if we leave it be. A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative, a tracking's nearest source of fire aspected ether. Source of fire aspected ether detected, tracking disengaged. Frightening enough, but again, not what we're looking for. If you would be so kind. My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to. Seeker, resume tracking, and do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative, resuming tracking. Source of fire aspect of ether located. Tracking disengaged. Another remnant of Valgamander's last rampage. The crater's flames registered the Seeker as a corporeal ether. In other words, the Troll's Yoroil saga. When Valgamander rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice doesn't thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus, it was the Dawnservent able to turn the Skyruin's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. It is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it has a strange feeling. It's a strange feeling to see a fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is the fire was classified as living ether. We can simply feed a sample of the Seekers into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. There. Now the Seeker should ignore any ethereal signature but Valgamunder's. Had I realised this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. Arnveld is ready to resume tracking Valgamander. This time, the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valgamunder's ether. Resume tracking based on latest sample. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Beep. Sample etheric signature detected. Engage in accelerated pursuit mode. We don't have to follow it this time. So it looks like that place where we found the last ether current that's along the story path is actually going to be where Valgamunder's fight is. At least if the quest image was anything to go by. Good. The Seeker was drawn directly to the Sun Rune's fire. Now we know we've got the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Troll Lar Dor itself. Recalibrating sensor, resuming tracking. I think we would notice if Valgamander was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vidral was headed in the direction of Worqor Lar Dor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphano is assisting the Yokhui with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Worqor Lar Dor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vidral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop! That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Worqor Lar Dor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them?
Still only 7.
The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this Skyruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of his Tural Vidral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people.
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuk Lamat, protector of peace and soon-to-be Dawnservent.
Why do I get the feeling that the three siblings are going to end up Dawnservants? It was kind of painted at the top of the mountain.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Did you have to add the last bit?
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Skyruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Excellent. During this quest, when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Because we need an additional healer, and we don't have one. We literally don't have... oh yeah, Alizé's gonna have to heal, because Urianger is the only healer we have here. Let's talk to some people. I know Conan wouldn't be one to rush off and leave the others to deal with a creature like Valagamunda. It hath been some while since I last joined thee in battle. Indeed, so full have our days been upon these shores, it does seem like a lifetime has passed. What's on your mind, brother? Valagamunda will demand our undivided attention. Let's hope Zuljar has nothing sinister planned. I never faced anything this powerful before, but I swear I won't hold you back. You and yours have journeyed to the edge of existence and back. I'm sure defeating this overgrown snake bird is well within your capabilities. Yet, I bid you caution or be cautious all the same. Even Papa may not have been able to slay Valagamonda, but with the Dawn's promise and our allies all fighting together, I believe we can do just that. That the future Dawnservent should ignore my counsel to indulge a whim is vexing. We needn't speak. Very well, let us go. He is a Viper. Conan is an innovator rather than a mechanist. And Wuk Lamat is an intrepid rather than a warrior. Right, let's go kill an overgrown snakebird. Can I repair that? There we go. Worqor Lar Dor. Dor. Troll Vedrel. Valagamonda. Get rid of the map. Okay. Willful. Burn for battle. Sustaining most damage that would normally result in a KO will instead ignite light. Ignite life to will. What does it say? In this duty, your indomitable strength of will allow you to withstand incapacitation damage a certain number of times. Presumably that's because we can get knocked off the stage here. So basically it will allow me to survive one mistake that would kill me otherwise. Because in a normal trial, someone will be able to res me. But in this one, if we die, everything's over. So, shall we? Okay, so it's centered, attacks are centered upon the actual center of the arena. Yeah, but it's strength. That one is from it. Burden energy within its wide open beak. Oh, a cone? What is this now?
Try this.
Out of my way. Radiant starlight, become my blade.
That's for tanks. I know what this symbol means. A rumbling avalanche approaches from the southwest. Figured that was probably what they were going to do. Ruin foretold. Oops, I left too soon.
Out of my way!
Oh shit.
Try this!
Well, LB after this. Should have the time. Oh god damn that attack. There we go. Thank you, healers. I really saved my skin there. I expected more. You fought well, Lamati, without hesitation. We won! Oh, we won? We won! Small wonder they called it Skyruin. I'd be curious to see how Zul'Jar are in action. Words of the RJ? How about you, Thancred? Oh, that was grueling. RJ. 'Twas an ordeal indeed. There we go.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Fidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
I'm sure you'll surpass him one day.
You're right about that. Just need a few more battles like this one under my belt.
The Skyruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Kona did well. Our promise has promised too, don't you think? 'Tis fortunate we vanquished that winged calamity ere it could inflict greater suffering upon these lands. Witnessing Zormor in battle, I understand why he's widely considered to be Tuliola's greatest warrior. Didn't I tell you? I'll pull my own weight in battle now. You don't need to keep convincing me of that. I believed you the first time you told me. I'm still giddy from our victory. The matter of outdoing father aside, that was the best outcome we could have hoped for. Never again will our people need fear the looming shadow of the sun ruin. Your proud expression bespeaks a successful hunt, not that I'm surprised in the least. Zormor came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Zormor in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zormor. No, it's Wuk Lar Dor that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valagamanda, it was only Uchupeku at risk. There would have been death across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever now that Wuk Lar Dor cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. Spending time alone with Jacques Jar was akin to torture. Despite my obvious disinterest, he spewed a constant stream of mean-spirited bile. Honestly, I might have prefaced facing fire with ruin with you in the battlefield. Is this level 44? No, okay, this is the last one for the region, so we may as well get it done. We are approaching maximum stream time. The Yuk-Hul must still be anxious, wondering where when Valagamanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back to allay their fears. Alphano as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. One gets the feeling that Jacques Jar doesn't so much have an inferiority complex. What's the name? He has imposter syndrome. Being the only mammal jar to be born from a twin head, and all of the the miracle of that as that is, everyone's telling him he's a miracle. He doesn't feel it. He's trying to prove himself, or trying to prove to himself that their belief in him is valid. Is the way I interpret how his character has become the way it is. At least from that comment, that one comment, which isn't much to go on. I see Master Alphano hath made good use of the time to further tend to the wounded. While we were contending with that screeching menace, I expect Wuk Lar Dor is off to the next feat. Amidst the chaos of the Skyruin's awakening, I'd forgotten we still had the feat of ice to complete. Welcome back. Not for a moment did I doubt your safe return, or you would return safe and sound. Scaling the massive mountain, fighting an elector, battling against a legendary monstrosity. Yes, you could say I'm a little tired. I expected I would be asked to track many things during the course of our journey, but Valgamanda was not among them. I thought the villagers would be in hiding. Alphano confided in us that must have reassured them. Confidence in us must have reassured him. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerfula.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zormor? They have defeated the Skyruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Gulul Jalja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokhui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolal as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You, Wuk Lamat
was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wuk shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, nor dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I
Watching Wuk Lar get caught up in Wuk Lamat's unstoppable wake reminds me of my younger days. Long has it been since any Churwagu Sultan have deigned to enter Wulu's Echo. A day for unusual visitors indeed. With only 2 keystones remaining, we've at last begun to gain a fuller picture of the legend of the Golden City. Yuktel is where Yukhu and the Golden Dreams, and we may soon have a chance to investigate that tale firsthand. What a turn of events. We were only meant to strengthen the ice, but Brooke Georgia's idiocy forced us to do them one better. A heavenly land suffused with a golden glow. I don't think Wu Perlo and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Turiola, but that doesn't mean they haven't changed at all. Today is proof of that. Right, time to track down the next elector. That will have to wait. We will do that next time. So, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will be back again tomorrow at the same time, 2 PM BST, where we will continue from this point onwards. We'll get the 2, because I can now see them now, Ether Current quests and whatever chain they follow done first. And then continue on with the main story quests. Let's just see, I think this is probably going to be... It's still 93, so we have a ways to go yet. We're probably not going to get done by this Friday at this pace, but that's fine. But yeah, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.